quelqu'un. Ah, c'est Koubou, c'est Koubou. Taux de...
Your Excellencies, honorable members,
السيدات والسادة أرجو أن تأخذوا مقاعدكم.
wherever you are standing, please take a seat so that we can begin. Interpretation. Okay. Those still standing, please take a seat. And just for your guidance, the program will begin with a silent prayer, The President of the Pan-African Parliament will indicate so. And after the silent prayer, he will invite you to stand for the African Union anthem. Just for your guidance. Your Excellencies, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, accompanied by the members of the Bureau,
May we observe a moment of silent prayer. Thank you.
Let us all unite and celebrate together. The victor song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, fils et filles de l'Afrique, chers du soleil, chers du ciel, faisons de l'Afrique la vraie de vie. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bond of friend and destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, filhos, filhas da África, essência do sol, essência do céu, façamos da África cor da vida. Let us all unite and toil together to give the best we have to Africa. The cradle of mankind, the font of culture, our pride and hope and break of down. Ya amna wa bagat Afrika, lugu asam shwa kedu sama. Africa Shahjahantul Ayat.
Thank you. Be seated. I call upon the clerk to present the first item.
Thank you, very honorable President of Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Jeffinia Charumira, for giving me the floor to present the program of activities of the Conference of Speakers of National and Regional Parliaments. Dear very honorable speakers, very honorable ladies and gentlemen, speakers of national and regional parliaments, the honorable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Secretaries General and clerks of the Pan-African Parliament. I would like, before I begin, to tell you good morning and present this morning's program, which is as follows. The first speech shall be given by the Madam First Vice President, who will take to the podium and give us a word of welcome. And after that shall be the opening address of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the very Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira. The rest of the work shall be led by the Second Vice President, Honorable Asbi Gayo. After that, we shall have the plenary discussion, and the rest of the work shall proceed in accordance with the agenda that has been distributed to you. And that said, without losing much time, I want at the moment to invite Madam First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Professor Mohamed Masoud Al-Adaf, to come and give us her introductory address and words of welcome. Thank you very much for your attention. You have the floor, madam. Very Honorable Chief Fortune Jeffinia Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, very honorable ladies and gentlemen, speakers of the African Parliaments, Director General of NEPAD, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, commissioners of the African Union, honorable colleagues, vice presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Secretaries General and clerks of the Pan-African Parliament and national and regional parliaments of Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I take the floor before you today on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, its Bureau, its President, the very Honorable Chief Jeffinia Charumbira, to wish you welcome to the Pan-African Parliament in this beautiful setting in Midrand in the Republic of South Africa. On the occasion of the 11th Conference of Presidents of Speakers of Parliament and Assemblies of Africa. I wish to give a special welcome to all the speakers of Parliament and Assemblies of Africa who are participating in the work of the Conference of Speakers for the first time. Dear honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you know that the 11th Conference of Speakers of Parliaments and Assemblies that starts today should have held 2 years ago, but unfortunately that didn't happen for two reasons. And I wish to mention just one of them, the COVID-19 pandemic.
Stabilité socio-économique et politique de notre
So if the socio-political stability of our continent and the functioning of our parliaments shall be discussed during this gathering. It is also worthy to mention that this pandemic has decimated our populations, taken away some of our colleagues who should have been here with us in this ceremony today, and in the memory of those that we have lost. I would like to ask you to please rise and observe a minute of silence to their memory.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Very honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. That said, I hope that despite the COVID-19 pandemic and other challenges, which I do not want to enumerate here, the 11th Conference of Speakers of Parliaments and Assemblies is holding today at a very important moment of the Pan-African Parliament's history, which with a new leadership presided by the very honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, is determined to mobilize to rise stronger from the difficulties that it has faced, and to give it a new image and create platforms to discuss questions of common interest that face our citizens in Africa. And in this regard, the contribution of the speakers of parliaments and assemblies, and especially the strengthening of our relations with national and regional parliaments in accordance with Article 18, creating the African Union Commission and the Pan-African Parliament, is an important pillar of our work. Very honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. For over a decade now, the PAP has constituted the Conference of Speakers to promote the ratification and appropriation of the legal instruments and of the African Union relative to the shared values of the African Union, which includes human rights, democracy, peace, and security, but also good governance, constitutionalism, and the state of law, the rule of law. The annual Conference of Speakers also constitutes an important platform for the coordination and harmonization of legal and political frameworks of national and regional parliaments and assemblies of African Union, and sharing of best practices that promotes the economic integration of Africa and the development, which is really why we are all here. It is also a framework of exchange and reflection and sharing of experiences, but also debates on themes of common interest for our continent. It is in this regard that the theme of African Union for the year 2022, which is obviously strengthening resilience in terms of nutrition on the continent, accelerating human capital, social and economic development, shall be really the key priority of our debates. And we are doing that to accelerate capacity building and strengthening of our resolve in terms of nutrition and the fight against poverty, while elaborating strategies to fight against hunger, poverty, especially in the post-COVID context. The choice of this theme for the year 2022 for our heads of state and nations and for national and regional parliaments is an invitation to the promotion, coordination, and harmonization of our legislative and budgetary activities in order to accelerate the effectiveness of food security and the right to food in our countries. And linked to this central theme, we are also going to discuss the socioeconomic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, a pandemic which calls for short, medium, and long-term strategies that are coordinated and which also encourage us to ratify the policies of the African Union as normative documents that should coordinate national and regional responses to various challenges that face us. All the challenges that our African people are faced with are, however, not isolated. And in order to face these challenges, we need to work together, each in its own capacity. And going into this logic, I also want to call on you to discuss appropriate solutions that will help us overcome hunger and poverty in Africa. And we need to renew our commitment in the African Union and give our own common position in terms of national and continental challenges so that the dividends are shared by our people. Dear Honorable President, ladies and gentlemen, it is on this note of hope that I end my speech while giving you a warm welcome and wishing you fruitful discussions. Welcome to all. Karibu kwa wote, and welcome to all. And finally, I have the honor and privilege to invite His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief Charumbira, for his opening address at this important gathering. Mr. President, please come to the podium for your opening speech for this important session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, our distinguished speakers, members of parliament. Good morning. You are welcome. Honorable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, the Honorable Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, His Excellency Sidi Mohamed Tunis, the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, His Excellency Mboso Kodia Pwanga Christophe, Honorable Speakers and the Presidents of Senates or other upper houses and officers of the national parliaments, our distinguished resource persons, esteemed invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. It is truly an extraordinary honor and a distinct privilege to welcome you all to the 11th Conference of National and Regional Parliaments in my new capacity as President of the Pan-African Parliament. I can not think of an event that reaffirms PAP's commitment to constitutional democracy than a conference of this magnitude that embodies an unprecedented and unique historical convergence of pillars of representative democracy as is seen here this morning. I must not fail to express my utmost gratitude for your presence here, despite the numerous challenges and the demands on you. Your presence truly reflects your commitment to revitalize the fabric of our democracy and democratic institutions, and most profoundly demonstrates a remarkable devotion to building institutions of resilience and determination for the sustainable development in our continent through collective parliamentary collaboration. I wish to express my profound gratitude to you as speakers for your efforts in coordinating and motivating the support of your delegations to Pan-African Parliament and instilling in them an appreciation for a fierce agency of the moment that confronted the Parliament during the proceedings of the past election. As a result, your influence and your resolute commitment to our institution's stability, the election of new bureau were conducted seamlessly with an orderly transfer of power. Today, I'm pleased to announce that the Pan-African Parliament is back and I have the distinct honor of presenting to you the Bureau of the Sixth Parliament. Behind me are the 4 vice presidents representing the 4 regions of our continent, and the president, myself, being the 5th region. And I want to take this opportunity to say, I'll start from this side. You heard the first vice president from Mauritania, North Africa. The second vice president representing the East Africa, Honorable Dr. Gayo. The third vice president from Cape Verde, Honorable Passos, representing Western region. Our 4th vice president, Honorable Ango, representing the Central region from Gabon. This is our full complement of the Bureau, and I'm from Southern Africa, from Zimbabwe. You are all aware that PAP for 2 years has been out of action. Firstly, from March 2020 to April 2021, because of COVID, we were unable to meet. Then we met in May 2021, starting with elections of the Bureau and the bureaucracies. You are all aware those elections were aborted because there were serious disagreements on the rules and mainly the issue of rotation. That matter was resolved, and we came back on the 29th of June in this hall to conduct elections, presided over by the AUC chair, His Excellency Musa Faki. The elections were conducted in a very good, peaceful atmosphere. Of course, we learned some lessons from that first of all, for the Union, the AU to survive, the founding fathers found it critical that there be rotation in leadership positions. And you are all aware that the chairperson of the Union, currently Senegal, is rotated every year, every 12 months. So we all know that in February 2023, chairmanship will move to another country and sometimes region. The same with other senior positions in the AU. And Pan-African Parliament cannot be an exception because we are part of that family. So this was reaffirmed, and now we are back to business. We are gathered here today for the first time since the outbreak of COVID-19, a global pandemic that ravaged many communities across the continent and disrupted and altered the fabric of our normal operational parliamentary processes. You should recall that the Pan-African Parliament could not meet for that during that period, but also we are also now tuning into virtual sittings in order to adapt to the new normal. This period that preceded the elections of the Bureau were characterized by divisions. And I want to appeal to our national parliaments to assist us, Pan-African Parliament, to assist us in building one united PAP. It is common knowledge. It is common knowledge that when we meet on some issues affecting the continent or us as PAP, we are divided, or we have been divided in the past, usually on regional language issues. But if you ask us, or we ask you, whose language is causing division among us? It is not Cote d'Ivoire language, it's not Zimbabwe language, Gabon language, Egypt language, our own indigenous languages. But we are divided on languages that are external to this continent. So when they say English, French, Portuguese, Arabic, these are not our indigenous languages are not the cause of conflict. And I think that language, that education should be pushed, and you should assist us through educating your delegations that when you say AU, we are talking of unity, and let's not be divided. Now, from the inception of the new Bureau, which was elected on the 29th of June, we have embarked on a transformation process of ensuring that we are united. And also that for the first time since 2004, after electing the Bureau, we elect committee chairpersons, 13 committees. For the first time, we said every region shall have a minimum of 2 chairpersons, 2 vice chairpersons, and 2 rapporteurs. And that has been enforced. Equality in leadership positions across all the regions. This is the only way we can unite Africa. We are even proceeding to ensuring that when we recruit staff, we have to see first which countries already have staff employed by PAP and which countries do not have staff in the Pan-African Parliament. But without compromising meritocracy and competency, we are recruiting, as we will do in the next 3 to 4, 5 months, with 22 vacancies. And we are appealing to you to take an interest, which are the 22 vacancies at the moment in Pan-African Parliament. And we can share those with you. Where you believe you have good competencies, good skills, we encourage your parliaments, your staff to apply, or your nationals to apply. But please don't give us people that are not competitive in terms of skills experience and qualifications. It's our desire to have each country, when you come here, because you are 55, we are 55 countries, we are staff around 75. So we can get to a point where almost everybody is somebody here, but without compromising issue of competence. So if you put it across people that are incompetent, you may not get anything because they will fail the interview. They have to be they have to compete. But when we interview, when we appoint, we'll have a lean towards those countries that do not have staff within Pan-African Parliament. This will unite us. Having elected our leadership into positions, we've embarked on reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament. So for the first time again, when we met for the committee sittings on from the 22nd of August to the 2nd of September, we started with a 3-day workshop. 3-day workshop to ensure that we go back to the basics. We go back to the basics and say, why was Pan-African Parliament ever established? What was the reason? And more so, after the AU, which had been launched in 1963, Pan-African Parliament was brought on board in 2004, which means there was a very good reason why PAP had to be brought on board. Later, with the NEPAD, PRM. So what were the reasons for the establishment of Pan-African Parliament? The founding fathers, those who started with this whole project of uniting Africa, what did they have in mind? What are the deliverables? What do they expect PAP to deliver on the continent, for the citizens of this continent? So we went back to all those relevant issues. What are the key result areas for PAP? Are the citizens of this continent happy with the performance of the Pan-African Parliament? I want to say, when the AU chairperson, AUC chairperson, His Excellency Musa Faki, stood here where I am today on the 27th of June, when it came to preside over election, in his speech, he said, Pan-African Parliament has been performing below expectation. And if we are to look at the AU generally in terms of performance, there has actually been somebody who did a research and came up with an article this month who says the judgment of our population on the performance of the AU has been very harsh. People say we don't quite see the deliverables. We don't quite see much impact. Now, for us as PAP, we have said we need to reinvent ourselves. And our workshop, the 3-day workshop on reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the PAP was clear and overwhelmingly agreed that we need to look at almost every aspect of the business of PAP. We are even realigning, restructuring committees. The committees that we have were first put in place in 2004 as a startup organization. Now we've realized that we need to refocus certain committees as part of those reforms. And we are looking at the whole institution, our relationships with the AU, which have not been very good. We're coming up with clear recommendations on that one so that we become a vibrant, highly performing institution that the citizens of this continent will be proud of. And we need the national parliaments because our mandate as a parliament says we should oversee the operations of the AU, all the organs. We have not been able to do that. We did agree during our workshop. For various reasons, the budget of the African Union, for example, should be presented to this parliament, just like in your national parliament. But that has never happened since 2004. So we need to correct that. Those people in charge of various departments called commissioners should report to this parliament periodically, just like government agencies do in your countries. That has not been happening. So we have such challenges, of course, including our own image as a parliament, especially after what happened in May 2021 during elections. Our image really was tainted across the world, and we've embarked on rebuilding that image. We've embarked on internal processes also as MPs. Our own rules, we overwhelmingly agreed that we need to amend, to review, to repeal, whatever the appropriate legal terminology to use, that our rules need to be revisited. And we have already started through our rules committee. And when we come back in October, we'll have actually the first 3 days will be dedicated, before we start the main session, will be dedicated to reviewing the rules. Although the rules committee has already started, and when we come back, we are then going to involve all the caucuses to make an input at caucus level, and then the plenary first to make an input as plenary, and then the rules committee will finalize and present the final document to the chamber. Speakers, presidents, chairpersons of national legislative bodies. This forum, in this formation, is a critical forum for this continent. Is a critical for the continent, because this continent lags behind all other continents in terms of anything, any measure of development. We are behind, and in many respects, laughable. We have remained number last for centuries. And if you remember, the title of the World Bank report, what they call the Millennium Report in the year 2000, the title of that report was very provocative for Africa. It said, can Africa seize the new millennium? And they lamented in that report how this continent is lagged behind. I received some message this morning, although I had heard on the news, that a ship was docking with food or grains in Djibouti, a ship from Ukraine. 2 days ago, about 48 hours ago, a ship docked in Djibouti with food. First of all, Ukraine at the moment is in war. But how can such a country feed Africa? You know, when they are in war, they are able to deliver food to us. Why can't we produce our own food? Now, parliaments do oversight. We represent the people. I think we need to measure our distinguished leaders of parliaments, some measure of effectiveness of parliaments on the continent, including Pan-African Parliament. Are we being effective? Are these representatives being effective? Surely Why should we be fed by Ukraine? Why didn't neighboring countries, Ethiopia, why didn't they deliver food to Djibouti? Sudan, those near countries. And I can think of others around. I think these are issues, this forum should be able also to interrogate clearly, are we being effective as parliament? And this is the best forum to do that as part of the union. In supporting the union agenda, we should ask these questions. We have the climate, which is good. We don't have harsh climate for any grains on this continent. But why is it that we are failing? We are aware of efforts some 15, 20 years back when the AU made pronouncements, including such things as every budget on the continent, this percentage should go to agriculture to food production. What happened to those pronouncements? And us as oversight institutions, what have we done to enforce those things? This is the only institution that was given powers from the days of Montesquieu and others, that it should see and look at the performance of the executive. And for centuries we have been doing this. But why is it that we are not being effective as a continent? So we are here to share experiences, to share ideas as to how we can help our continent. I can't go into every issue where we've lagged behind. We talk of unity, but we are not united. During the COVID pandemic, we all looked to America, wherever, give us drugs, everything. But we never said, as Africa, what can we also produce? And when Madagascar said, we have found the medicine, the West went and crushed them, because that cannot come from Africa. But we others, we didn't even come up to support Madagascar. We left them attacked, bombarded, and we kept quiet to be safe so that we can get some medicine from the West. If you talk too much, you will not receive anything. And last week, our MPs were saying, no, let's also look at our herbs. Why are we forgetting our herbs? There are a lot of good herbs there that can help us so that we move forward. So I'm simply saying, let's take this forum very serious, very serious. Let's take this forum very, let's agree on certain things that we should do as leaders of the legislatures. Because you are the ones entrusted with seeing that things are being done correctly. Budgets come to our parliaments. Budget is it means allocating resources. The resources of the countries are allocated through a parliament. You are the ones through your parliament who allocate the resources through the budget. Are we sure that we are being effective in allocating those resources? You may say, yes, there is corruption. Then why? You are the oversight. How much have you done as parliaments to address corruption? Monies on the big projects, big capital projects. You are aware that some people have given even a percentage to say on the continent of all major capital projects that are in billions, at least whatever percentage goes out through corruption. But it's us to ensure that we correct that in the parliaments, including Pan-African Parliament, should stand firm on those issues. Now, in order to ensure that this forum is beneficial and is of value to you, we have drafted a program that I believe you've already received. You are well allowed to comment. If you think there's a subject that should have been included, please tell us, because one day, these 2 days to be of great benefit to all of us, so that we look forward to coming back sooner than later. We thought the COVID issue, we need to talk about COVID again in this collective fashion as Parliament. So we have put COVID on the agenda. That's a situation analysis. We have experts on this that will deliver to us the situation on COVID. Then we thought it wise that we should come back to the issues of the AU theme for this year. The AU building resilience in nutrition on the African continent, accelerating human capital, social and economic development. We've thought this is a very important topic that we as national parliaments, continental parliament, that whatever we do, we should also be aware of what the AU is promoting in a particular year. So this year we are promoting the issue of food security, the issue of nutrition. And as parliaments, I know in your own parliaments you get documents, but it's good when you now meet at continental level to get the issues from the AU and say what are we actually doing. Then it's important that we also get to know what is happening to not only to agriculture, to this African continental free trade area, which is now celebrated as the vehicle for regional, continental, economic integration. And during the presentation, I think they will be told that this is the only way that we can wake up our economies on the continent, unless we have trade among ourselves. But at the moment, as you are aware, only 10% of trade on the continent is among countries on the continent. The rest, we are doing it to outsiders. And the experts will come and present and tell us why this is very retrogressive and why we will never become economic giants if when we trade, we leave the neighbor or the region and we go elsewhere. So we have a presentation on that. And then we'll have a presentation on the Agenda 2063 of the African continent. And as parliaments, you need also to be briefed on these issues so that when you go back, you can build on those. We have a situation on the continent where we can talk of trade. But there can be no trade if there's conflict and there's insecurity on the continent. How do you trade? How do you travel between Uganda, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, if it is unsafe? So the issue of security, peace on this continent becomes very critical. When in that we would then have what we call AGA, African Governance Architecture. It's about democracy, governance, and constitutional changes of government, values of democracy on the continent. There was going to be a presentation from the AU on the AGA head and other initiatives that have been put in place and other instruments to ensure that we have peace and security on the continent. We also come back to you and say our governments sign a lot of, if I can say, numerous instruments when they go to these international conferences, to the AU and elsewhere. And then there's a requirement that once they sign, they need to go and ratify, mainly in our national parliaments. We will be told of the current performance with respect to ratification of instruments. So we have the legal counsel from the AU, Dr. Ntwari, who will present on this one. Which instruments have we ratified or not ratified? Of course, including our own PAP instrument called the Malabo Protocol. The Malabo Protocol, we need 28 ratifications for it to be implemented, but we have 14. Since 2014, only 14 have ratified. Only 22 have signed. So we still have these challenges. And then will have an opportunity on putting the Pan-African Parliament on the couch. We want to reflect on the effectiveness of Pan-African Parliament. From your experience, the way you see it as national parliaments, how can we make Pan-African Parliament work and become effective so that the citizens of this continent can look to the Pan-African Parliament to addressing some of the challenges? That, of course, will lead us to a closed session on life of MPs at PAP. What are the issues when your MPs attend the PAP sessions? What are the issues? What are the challenges? And how you can help us? That will be drawing to almost to the end of our conference. As I say, you can also suggest a few other topics to be included. Otherwise, I say, let us have a good 2 days of deep engagement on issues affecting this continent. And this should give us a forum, a community of legislative leadership on the continent, a community to which we can share honestly how we can improve the lives of citizens of this continent. I thank you. Mr. Clerk. Thank you. May I now call upon the second Vice President, Honorable Gayo, to lead us in the next session.
Your Excellency, Chief Fortune Charumbura, President of Pan-African Parliament, members of Bureau, Excellencies, Speakers of National Parliament, Speakers of House of Representatives, and Speakers of Upper House, Chairpersons of Caucus of Regional Regions of Pan-African Parliament, media, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome our speakers who honored the invitation of Pan-African Parliament and came to this very important session. May I ask you to give them as a round of applause. Excellencies, we have an item in the agenda, which is strategies for exit from COVID, recovery strategies, which will be divided into two. One will be the situation analysis. The second will be post-COVID economic recovery. Of course, we need to start from situation analysis. If we will not analyze the situation where we were in, we cannot think the way forward. How Africa responded to COVID-19? It's obvious all local governments and the stakeholders stepped up efforts for early detections and management of COVID-19. The ongoing efforts improved testing capacity of Africa, intensified surveillance, quick detections, contact tracings, isolation measures, and also preventing and managing managing COVID-19. The situation analysis also showed that emphasis should be given to improve the public health institutions, also to increase laboratories across Africa, across the continent, and also to increase infectious disease centers, regional hospitals, and also in building capacity, human capacity, especially medical personnel in Africa. Also, it indicated how Africa should also think the future epidemiology, how it should be handled. Excellencies, during COVID time, Africa was under lockdown. All transportation was almost blocked. Agriculture was down. Earnings were also down. Poverty was at a maximum of all the time. So what should be done? How parliamentarians should respond? What should be done by our speakers, our national parliament? Do Africa need its own way how to handle its problem? If it's so, we need to step up, not tomorrow, but today. Excellencies, we have Agenda 2063, which needs to exert maximum effort. We are already left only with 40 years out of 50. How we handled that 10 years? Did we achieve our goals? Did we mitigate all the problems, what we are facing? Did we address people of Africa? Where is the situation of African medical status? Are we stimulating, encouraging African pharmaceutical industries? Are we encouraging African traditional medicines? Where are we? What are we doing? Excellencies, today it's high time for all parliamentarians, for all our speakers to step up and work in that area, to pass resolutions and to follow its implementation too. In this regard, may I ask our presenter, Dr. Lul, to take us through in these two important sections. I thank you.
Good morning. First, allow me to take this opportunity to recognize His Excellency Chief Portion Shaumbera, the President of the Pan Africa Parliament. I want to thank you personally for your commitment, for your dedication, and more importantly, the quality of the thinkings to turn around the title of your presentation, The Tragedies, into opportunities. Also, let me seize the opportunity to recognize the chair of this session and also the first president of Pan Africa for your very powerful contribution this morning. We feel truly, truly welcome. Along your excellencies, regional, national parliaments in attendance, honorable Pan Africa Parliament's members, invited guests, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, I'm absolutely delighted to be here with you today on behalf of the African Union and specifically on behalf of your Africa CDC, and indeed on my own behalf to be here for the second time. It's a privilege that I don't take it very lightly. So in brief, like the chair of these sessions has introduced it, and he has made it very, very, very easy for me to follow through. Your Africa CDC is grateful today to have been invited to give you an update on where we are in terms of the COVID-19. Specifically to talk about the title, Enhancing Africa Post-COVID-19 Economic Recovery, with a special emphasis, and I have to emphasize on the role of national, regional, and continental parliaments. Also, allow me to, President, to congratulate you once again on your well-deserved elections. All the members of Bureau, Africa, they are counting on your leadership, and we are looking forward to turn these tragedies into opportunities. In very short period, I believe you have demonstrated an extra commitments and outstanding leadership in health security, and I will support you why you insist on health security. And the chair of this session has brought it to our attention why it's so important. And he put it in his own words, and I have to put it in different words. COVID has taken our life and our livelihood. It has closed all the schools, the airports, lockdowns. Just simple virus called coronavirus. And you, President, for insisting on this, I think you are right. Health comes first. And I have to go on to give you some slide that will explain where we are as a continent, what we have done well, and where we fell short, and what are the lessons we learned to say again, never again. So the title of this presentation, if you ask me, Your Excellency the President, what should be the title, is Building Resilient Health Security. Not today, it would have been 3 years ago. but because we can't go back in real time. I have to adjust the title of this presentation today, Building Resilient Health Security in Africa Now. And that's the reason I will insist on this. But I can't think of any better place, President, to talk about a health security now, other than this magnificent house, the house of the people of Africa, to start discussing about the health security. And I'm truly privileged that I have been given this opportunity on behalf of the Africa CDC. So I have some few slides that I would like to take you through. And some of those slides, if you can take me to the first slide. So in brief, this slide, next slide, please. That is very, very brief. It's telling you about what is the Africa CDC. It's the African Union institutions established as a specialized technical agency of the Union to support all the member states in our continent to build resilient health security system. Next. And if you look specifically, the overall goal is to have a healthier, safer, integrated Africa. If you go to the next slide, and it's connected to what the president has said is going to be in Agenda 2063. And the work that we're doing as an African Union has so many agencies, all contributed to the same one thing, something bigger, bolder than what we are doing. And it is the Agenda 2063 titled The Africa We Want. And if you look into those aspirations, you see there are 7. And I would like to specifically read the aspiration number 6. And it says, the Africa we want is an Africa whose development is people-driven. And I would like to emphasize that it's an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of the African people, especially its women, youth, and caring for children. That's one of the aspirations that all of us should contribute into it. So next slide is the first part, just in a snapshot, telling you where we are in terms of the COVID. And let me begin where we are globally. As of last week, we have about nearly 600 million people been tested positive. There may be some other people missed, but those who've been tested positive and reported to World Health Organization is nearly 600 million. Almost half of the people live in our continent. Sadly, about 6.5 million people died. We have a good recovery. If you have the snapshot of where we are as the world, as of last week, 61% of the eligible people for vaccination of the COVID have been privileged and fully vaccinated. And I want you to keep this number, because when we come to where we are as in Africa, it will give you an idea. We are not even at the average, we are not even below the average, but we are way, way, way very far. And I will come back to this. If you go to the second slide, it's about Africa. And it's telling us that as of yesterday, about 12 million people across all our region been tested positive. Sadly, 255,000 people have died. And I would like to emphasize that to make it more personal case, those 250,000 that have died, they're not just numbers. They are really people. Some of you may know someone, a friend, a colleague, a mother, someone from your community, your area, your country. They lost their life. And not only just they lost their life, they left behind very grieving families, broken communities. Their place in our continent will never be replaced. And that is personal. That will remind us that COVID is real. But where we are in terms of the vaccination, as you see, as a continent, as of yesterday, it's only 22% of the eligible people in our continent have been privileged to be fully vaccinated. And there are so many issues why we are behind. If you compare this one to 6 to 1 globally, there are some challenges that we will discuss, and some you can help us to resolve them. And that's the reason we were invited, because you have a big stake in this work. But next slide is giving us the breakdown of where we are in the continent, region by region, and things looks okay. If you look into the first region, Central, at least yesterday, this one as of yesterday, there's no any case of COVID-19 reported from all 9 member states in Central Africa region. Likewise, there's no new death and there's no new recovery. In Eastern Africa, there's 38 cases reported. Thank God, no death, and about mostly 48 they recovered. When you come to the Northern Africa, yesterday they reported over 714 cases. Sadly, 2 deaths, 563 recoveries. In Southern Africa, 91 cases, 0 deaths, and also 68 recovery. In Western Africa, 50 cases, 0 deaths, and 28. At least we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But the problem, one of the lessons learned, we're dealing with a virus that has changed. It has come in different ways. We started as an alpha, ending up with a beta, delta, Omicron. It's changing. So we don't know what will happen in the next few months. But we know one thing: if we become all of us fully vaccinated, even if it's changed, we will have some immunity that can protect us. And we may not end up going to the hospital. And that's the benefit of why we're insisting on vaccine. So we go to next slide. If we go to the next slide, it's telling us what we have done collectively through your African Union. As the president put it, collectively. I'm very, very happy to mention that your African Union, through your Africa CDC, has made tremendous contribution in supporting the African continent during the dark days of COVID-19. And with this, please allow me to share with you some of these pictures. You see Africa Joint Continental Strategy for COVID-19. And I would like specifically to remind you to the date, February 22nd, 2020. It was 1 week when the first case confirmed in our continent in Egypt. His Excellency, the chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, has called all the 55 ministers of health, all the technical experts in our continent, and they met in our magnificent African Union building. And the outcome of that meeting, not only just it made him proud, but the whole continent, that we're so proud that we came up with the Africa Joint Continental Strategy for COVID-19. That was endorsed by all the ministers of health and all endorsed by all the technical experts that were in attendance. And it was 3 weeks, even before the World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 as a public health of international concerns. That's how fast Africa has to start thinking that these ones will be a really problem. And for the record, Africa is the only continent in all the 6 continents that came with a one continental strategy for responding to COVID-19. And it has 3 pillars. One is to prevent the transmissions. Number 2 is to prevent deaths. 3 is to prevent social harm, including our economy and our livelihood. So there are so many initiatives. Next slide. So there are so many initiatives that the African Union, through the Africa CDC, has established. And one of them, initiative, which is number 1, the head of the states, Africa head of the states and government decided to work together to do a political mobilization, a resource mobilization, and they established the African Union COVID-19 Response Fund. And the fund that was collected, they trusted the African Union through the Africa CDC to implement them, even for some countries that did not contribute into the COVID-19 rapid response. They were benefited with the one thinking in mind, not to leave any one country behind. And I think it works. But still, we need your support in this particular area, because the contribution for this funding has not stopped. We really need to go forward. Also, number 4, it says the partnership to accelerate COVID-19 testing in Africa. I think it's significant. If you don't know what you're looking for, if you don't have tests to know what you're dealing with, you will never find it. So again, Africa worked together to ensure that no one country left behind. At the time of declarations of COVID-19, there was only 2 countries in our continent that have ability to diagnose correctly the COVID-19. It took Africa CDC at least 3 weeks to increase the number from 2 to 47, and also the 8 member states that still didn't have the capacity, an arrangement was made that the shipment of the specimen from that country to the nearest country was made to make sure no country left behind. And it did work. And also, number 5, you go to Africa medical supply platforms. I think the president has spoken about the trade and the commodities, the lockdowns. It was so difficult for some member states to get some life-saving commodities during those lockdowns. And that's why the African CDC came up with that brilliant mechanism of medical supply, pre-qualify them, put them into the platform, reduce the cost, and delivering them, some with the military helicopter, and it did work. But we need to improve on it. We need to make sure that next time, all these medical commodities, even the test kit, should be made in Africa. And we have the technology, we have the ability. It's just the will and the leadership and the guidance. That's what is missing. And we count on you to give your African Union, Africa CDC, that extra push with your political commitment and will. Again, we have the partnership for African vaccine manufacturing. Africa was left behind at the time when we really need the vaccines, and for simple reason, because Africa don't have ability to manufacture our own vaccine. When time came to make that decision, we were left behind. And that's one of the reasons, some of the reasons that we make behind vaccine nationalism, vaccine regionalisms, and other social and political reasons. But we are surviving. But what we do about it, we need to come up with a mechanism not against. So we can go to the next slide. And this is a snapshot about what are our vaccine needs in the continent. We live in 1.3 billion people in our continent. We estimated at least 70% of 1.3 billion, they will be eligible for vaccines. If you want to turn it into absolute number, it's 900 million people. If you want to translate it into the vaccine dose, depends using single or double or boosted, we need at least 1.8 billion doses to fully cover our continent. And I think this slide is next slide is very interesting. This slide was compiled in May. And if you see all the European countries, 27 countries, the average, it was 73% of all eligible people in European countries were fully vaccinated in April 2022. In US, about 66.1%. In China, they went above what is expected, 86.3. India was 61. When you come to Africa, 22 is not May, it was yesterday. That we are still at 22% of our eligible targeted people. So we still have a long way to go. There are things we can do. There are things we can work on them. But this meeting, I think, is appropriate to discuss these issues. Next slide. So far we have about 300 million people in terms of the absolute number been fully vaccinated. We have 36.7 million people boosted. We have 22% of the eligible people have been vaccinated. Sadly, we have only 3 countries in our union that have reached the magic number of 70% of the fully vaccinated. We have 9 member states between 40 to 69. We have 34 member states between 10 and 39. And we have 8 below 10. And that's the tragedy. That will give us where we are. And I'm sure we have a better understanding of what we can do collectively. So this snapshot is telling us we should do our health security not today. It would have been yesterday or 3 years ago. If you can see, next slide, please. Next. So it's giving you sequences every 2 to 3 years. There's a major health security challenge. Even if it's localized to one region, one country, it affects the livelihood, it affects our economies, it affects how we do our business. In 2004, there was a Sahara. That's all of us heard of it. And globally, we lost about 54 billion US dollars. 2009, there's H1N1. 2012, there's a MERS. 2014, there's Ebola. 2016, there's Zika. 2019 is COVID. And tomorrow, we don't know what will happen. If you look into it carefully, it's giving us that every 2 to 3 years, something's happen. In Africa, and this slide is Africa, the previous one is about the globally, there's more than 100 health emergencies or health situations are reported every year, ranging from the disease outbreaks to national disasters, and also to certain way man-made conflicts. We heard about Ebola in 2014. Now we are dealing with COVID-19, and it has affected not only just taking the life away, but 5% in public revenue losses in Africa, with a total merchandise export contracted by 17%. It's particularly the small business. Again, it's a reminder that COVID not only just affecting our life, but our livelihood, our economy. Next slide. So this is after we heard about the COVID situation, the impact, what African Union is doing about it, what Africa CDC is proposing. And when we say it, we are proposing, we are counting on you to support us to implement what we're thinking. As an African CDC, we use some of the challenges that were reported to address and prepare for the next outbreaks. As of last year, it's only 1% of all our vaccine needs, all our therapeutic needs, all our diagnostic needs are actually manufactured in our continent. So it depends on the will of other people. So African Union suggested we need a new public health order, a new way of seeing things. And he proposed 4 ways, 4 pillars. The first pillar, that if we don't have ability to manufacture our own vaccine, if we don't have ability to manufacture our own medicines, diagnostic, we don't have any preparation. We don't have health security. So African unions, under the leadership of His Excellency, the chairperson of the African Union, has convened the big meeting to address, and I will come back to it. The second issue is the need for the healthcare workers. Even if we have vaccine, even if we have diagnostic, even if we have resources, if you don't have that well-trained expert health, nothing will happen. So we really need to invest in our health security by training people. Number 3, we really need to have working collectively together, country by country, region by region, and continent. And one of the lessons that we learned, when Africa has chosen to work together and has chosen to support one another, we have achieved good results. And we need to improve on how to do partnership, even with a Western country, but that partnership has to be, the way we put it, to be action-oriented partnership based on the priorities of the countries in Africa, based on our needs. If it's not going to be based on our need, it's not going to work. It's not a partnership. And also there's items, number 4, increase domestic health financing. I think that's the area either continental, regionals, and national parliament should support. Investing in health is not a cost. It's actually you rewarding, you saving the money. And that's why we need to insist as a national parliament, regional parliament, to support the African Union to implement some of declaration, including Abuja Declaration, AL Declaration, Africa Epidemic Funds, so we will have better preparation for our continent. And for the vaccines, this is what the work is already has done. And some countries in attendance should be so proud that they have taken a step already. And I have to be very optimistic that even the 2060, which is the 2040, which is the target, that 60% of all our need will be met in Africa, it could be exceeded. Why? Because we choose to work together. And if you look into the next slide, next. Yes, you see on this slide, in April 2021, the Africa Vaccine Manufacture Conference was done. Amazingly, you will see 40,000 participants join from 70 countries across the world. All are African. Our leaders, our scientists, our finance, our technical experts, they came together and they came up with that commitment. 2040, at least 60% of all our need will be met in Africa. And some countries, they're already ahead of the schedule. Next. So some of the partnership, that's a good partnership that the African CDC is involved in, is the one we have with the MasterCard Foundation. 1.5 billion US dollars to support all the member states in our union to successfully roll out the COVID-19 vaccines to all the peoples, and also to complement some of the elements of the health system is strengthening. It's not just only about vaccine, but to complement some of the other work, including training, including, next slide. Yes, including all these areas to support the in-country logistics, to support the procurement, to support the risk communication, to support the COVID vaccine, to support the safety surveillance, to support the technical assistance, to support genomic sequencing, to support the hiring, and also the implementation of the science. All of those contribute to one health security. Also targeting the youth. If you see, next slide. So in that slide, you see the African Union COVID-19 vaccines launch Bingwa initiative, which is a Kiswahili word, mean champion of the youth. Like we know, 60% of our population in Africa, in any given country, they are under the age of 26. So we really need to target them, to help them, how to champions, how to be creative, and also help in vaccinating Africa. Next. So this is one of the best practices we are doing Africa CDC in collaboration with the National Parliament of Zambia. Zambia, they have CAPA, which is a coalition of the African parliamentarians against the HIV. We work with them, we're supporting them, we build their capacity, not only just on HIV, because it will not make no sense. You save someone from HIV, he's going to die from diarrhea, he's going to die from malaria, he's going to die from, you haven't done anything. So we have to do it collectively in contact of One Health. We are building their capacity, and one of the members on the picture, she's a member of Pan Africa from Zambia. If she's here, she will testify that she participated in that meeting, and also additional meetings are happening. So for the other national parliament that would like their health committee to benefit from building their capacity, please don't hesitate to contact the Africa CDC through your Minister of Health or through the Pan Africa Committee Health. We can be able to find way on how to build the capacity of your national parliament health committee and how to look into health holistically, not only just on the COVID, not only just on HIV, but in many things. You know, water and sanitation, environmental issues, child health, reproductive health, women issues. All of those, our member of parliament need to be equipped. When they go to their constituency, they will be the best public health in that region. And you know, when you're representing the people, they're looking to you for guidance, for the leadership. They believe you, they trust you. When you take vaccine, they will do it because they trust you, they believe you. And you need to take that trust into the positive action, make change, be a champion in your community. People are looking for you. So some of the lessons learned, next slide. And you see there's no substitutions for excellent leadership, either in public health, either in the economy, in anything. If you look back to the countries that have an excellent leadership, at least they have a better, well-coordinated response. And that is very important. This is a lesson learned. And for that, you need to create that the PAP can work with the regional parliament, with the national parliament, to ensure that they influence the work that is happening. Also, the Africa responded well to COVID-19. Like I said, Africa has chosen to work together instead of working against itself. Like I said here, in fact, Africa is the only continent in the whole world that came up with a one joint continental strategy being implemented jointly by all the Ministry of Health. They meet on a weekly basis, they learn from each other, and it worked well. And also, what we learn, investing in health is not a cost. Instead, it's a saving. In fact, the cost of not investing in health security is very costly, is higher than not investing in it. And we have seen it. Nobody in this hall will say that we're not affected by the COVID. At your personal level, at your financial, at your country, everybody was affected. And also, what else we learned? We learned that the goodwill of the Western country is not working for our vaccine, for our children. It did not work during the COVID, and there's no guarantee it's going to work in the next pandemic. Even with the monkeypox that we are still experiencing, it's not working. But because the first cases were reported in UK and US, the response is very different. If all these cases were reversed and reported in Africa, it will be a different story. And that's why today the response to the monkeypox is very, very different, because he went to the wrong place. And they are responding effectively to it. And we need to learn from it how we can prepare better. Because when the next epidemic or outbreak is coming, It will not give us an advance notice. None. We are still responding to the COVID. Monkeypox comes. There's so much cholera in many countries, measles in many countries. There's a national disaster in many countries, environmental issues. They will never give us an advance notice that we are coming. So our best thing is to prepare. And to prepare when? Not yesterday. Today. We would have prepared 3 years ago. But because we can't go back, let's do it today. So some of takeaway messages, and I say this, that your advocacy CDC is with utmost sincerity. We are willing to work with PAP. We are willing to work with the regional parliaments, with the national parliament, to support you and build your capacity. And also to inform you about some of the African Union policies that are being enacted. So through you, you can be able to help them to be implemented, to be operationalized, to be updated. Also ensuring implementation of the continental commitment, Abuja Declaration, that says at least 15% of the national budget should go to the health. For some of you who sit on the budget committee in the countries or the health, you need to insist on those because it helps. And also I urge you to work together with your Ministry of Health. Don't call them to challenge them. Also ask them, how can you help them? How can you support them? And they will tell you some of their challenges. And some of those challenges you may provide excellent guidance so they can deliver appropriately. So also we heard the parliamentarians in attendance to provide that necessary support to all African Union's institutions, to provide their leadership, to provide advocacy role in supporting the effort of African Union member states to vaccinate at least 70% of the eligible population by the end of 2022, and also ensuring no single country left behind. You can create enabling environment for the full implementation of the African Union new public health order. Vaccine, many human resources working together. Next, in conclusion, next slide, and I would like to refer to our late, but it's a living legend, former president of South Africa, President Nelson Mandela, and he said, "Sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great. You can be that great generation. Let your greatness blossom." Indeed, this is an important event, it's a historical milestone, timely for Pan Africa Parliament, for regional and national parliament to do what is right for the next generation. Your Excellency President, I am truly optimistic that this generation will do the right things, and the peoples are counting on you, and the time is now. And the choice of doing the right things is yours. Share with this. I stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lul, for your excellent presentations. And now it's time for your excellencies, for your intervention. We know the problem, how we handled at home. Nobody is new about COVID. It was, I would say, all head of states and governments, national parliament, people of Africa, we handled it very well. But now, the trauma is remaining there. But still, COVID is affecting our people. In this situation, how Africa can recover from that trauma? The COVID strategy is here. So the presentation was made, but also we analyzed the situation where we were in. Now it's time to discuss how Africa can create more jobs for its youth. How can it revive its economy? Can we really handle African economy in the best way how we are handling today? As we all know, Africa exports two things. One is its raw material, second is cheap labor. In this situation, can we mitigate all that problem? I don't think. It's up to national parliament to find legal framework to talk with very big tone to our partners. It's high time. Of course, we encourage direct investment of foreigners in Africa, and also not only to loot our raw materials, to add value in Africa, to create jobs for our youth, and also to prevent the invasion of Africans, developed countries, as we are following our raw material, which was looted by them. Excellencies, we expect a lot from you. Your deliberations, your interventions will be very important. Now, I will give floor to participants. You have the floor, Excellencies. Yes, Your Excellency. Please assist.
There's no microphone. There is no microphone.
OK, OK. Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament. My greetings to the Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of Parliament and senators, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good day. Firstly, I would like to please ask you to excuse the President of the Senate of the Democratic Republic of Congo, who would have liked to have been here today, but who unfortunately was not able to come to South Africa because he is currently unwell. And on behalf of Professor Abati, I would like to thank the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament for having facilitated the mission of our President Tshisekedi in 2021. He is very grateful for that. And I would like to draw the attention of all the participants here at the Pan-African Parliament to the situation in my country. For several months now, we are in a terrible situation due to our brothers in a neighboring country. This has led to many, many displaced people and a lot of suffering, in some cases, much more than the pandemic and COVID 19. And unfortunately, all diplomatic attempts to resolve the situation have failed. And we would have hoped that this would have been one of the themes discussed at the Pan African Parliament to enable the Democratic Republic of Congo to at last find peace and to continue our work in terms of taking care of our people and the development of our country. And I make this appeal in the name of and on behalf of our President, President Tshisekedi. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in my list, Honorable Augustine from Rwanda. I recognize you. You have the floor.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President and Chief Fortune Chirambira, President of the Pan-African Parliament. I greet you. I greet the other members of the Bureau as well. My greetings to the members of the Pan-African Parliament and representatives of the various parliaments and senates of Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the Bureau, our new Bureau at the Pan-African Parliament, for its election after the crisis that we have all experienced at the Pan-African Parliament. Personally, I am very moved by this because I was in this assembly and I was here from 2003 to 2011. And so I was so sad to see the Pan-African Parliament in a state of crisis after so many years of hard work to establish this parliament for Africa. And I am so delighted that under your leadership, we are out of the crisis. And I am so glad that we are here under your leadership at the Pan-African Parliament and as a member of this Pan-African Parliament and having seen the chief in action in the Pan-African Parliament, he has shown how intelligent he is, what a great leader he is, and so congratulations once again, Honorable Chief. The voice that Africa must have must be a united voice. It mustn't be the voice of colonizers. It must be the voice of the African people, and it must be the voice that expresses their will. But Africa will only have one voice if all Africans, without exception, are proud to be African. And if Africans do everything they can to ensure that their citizens get what they deserve, and what the people of Africa deserve is good leadership, democracy, equality, And the African population does not deserve to fall behind, as the president of the Pan-African Parliament has said. And as the presenter has underscored in his presentation, after this pandemic, we can show that we can conquer, that we can conquer the pandemic, that we can ensure that our people are safe, healthy, and protected. We can produce vaccines. We can make sure that we have enough vaccines to make sure that our populations are protected against not only COVID, but Ebola, malaria, etc. We are delighted to be here at this conference of speakers of national and regional parliaments, and to have this platform to express our optimism for Rwanda. I am the Speaker of the Rwandan Senate, and I invite you all to the interparliamentary conference that will take place in Kigali next month. And we have already sent out invitations to your parliaments, and it's an opportunity to show that our continent is able to organize outstanding conferences, and we have shown this in Rwanda recently with the organization of the heads of state and government in the Shogun conference. And Rwanda is very proud to belong to this continent. We are very proud of the fact that we are a country that speaks both English and French, and we are able to freely communicate with heads of state and government who are English speaking and French speaking. And in Africa, we can all do this. All it takes is the desire and the will to do it. We can speak with one voice. We can communicate together. And I would like to take this opportunity to say to my brother and colleague from my neighboring country in the Democratic Republic of Congo, whom I shook hands with earlier this morning, I would like to say that that Rwanda has never tried to destabilize any country whatsoever on the African continent. And this is not the time to debate or to fight with one another. This is a time where we should be working together. And that is what Rwanda desires. We desire not only the well-being of the Rwandan population, but of the African population. And if there is a country in Africa that has any problems, and if a country has the same problem for 40 or 50 years, I think that this country must sit down and analyze exactly where these problems are coming from, where the root of the problem is from, and then attempt to resolve these problems. We are open to all dialogue to resolve any kind of conflict or problem that may exist. Mr. President, I would like to congratulate you once again, together with the members of your bureau, and I would also like to thank you for the brilliant speech that you made this morning. We would love to have a copy of this speech, and this would be very useful so that we can share your words with our colleagues at Parliament at home. And once again, I would like to reiterate my availability to discuss and to dialogue with any colleagues who so wish. And diplomacy is our first priority. And thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear Chief. I wish you all a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members, honorable speakers. I didn't want to intervene when you are speaking. I didn't want to interfere. I know the area of discussions. The item in our agenda is very specified. I would like to urge you to discuss only that area. We are not ignoring conflict resolution mechanisms and methods, but we need also to set agenda and discuss on it. Let's stay on this agenda, on this item, item of COVID recovery strategies and post-COVID economic recovery. Let's stick on that and discuss on that area. I thank you. The next speaker, before that, honorable speakers, you have form which is circulated to each of you. So you can put your name and send it back to me. Next speaker in my list will be Honorable Rachid from Morocco. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Mr. President, Honorable Senator Chief Fortune Sharombira, Honorable members of the Bureau of PAP, Honorable colleagues, chairs of the African Legislative Councils, Honorable heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, first of all, to express to you, Mr. President, my sincerest thanks and gratitude for having kindly invited me to take part in the annual 11th Summit of the Heads of African Parliaments. I would also like to pay tribute to the choice made regarding the theme which you are intent on dealing with during this session, and which is of a central concern for the parliaments and governments, and more particularly for the peoples of Africa and the whole world. The African Union was right and forward-looking enough when choosing the year 2022 to be a year of nutrition and capacity building for the continent in the field of food security and in the consolidation of food agriculture. And this cannot be dissociated from the building of healthcare systems and social protection in order to increase the rate of human, social, and economic capital. Actually, the climatic phenomena which we went through, particularly during the year 2022, and notably the rise of temperature degrees, though presage some negative and extremely dangerous climate changes and disequilibria. Regrettably, these mutations concerned both the North and the South hemispheres and led to drought, hydric stress, and kindled forest fires. All this will inevitably have some negative repercussions on food sources and on the aggregate economic, social conditions, and ecological systems. Next to the aforementioned phenomena, the world economy has been faced with the disastrous repercussions of the spread of COVID-19. And while looking forward to an economic recovery, the world economy found itself faced with an unexpected rise in energy prices. This regrettably led to hold in leash of the positive economic dynamics witnessed in 2021. This had been observed in many economies. Consequently, and as a result of the war in Eastern Europe, the curve witnessed a downturn and the rise of transport costs in addition to a paucity of funding resources. But let us, dear colleagues, focus our discussions and proposals on the conditions of our African continent, which has suffered for so long a time from the scarcity of health services, from the acute water shortage, and from drought. Our continent is unfortunately paying the price of gas emissions, which lead to the rise of temperature degrees on Earth. Without cutting the fruits of industrialization, even more, Africa's contribution to those emissions does not exceed 4%, which leads to the deduction that Africa is much more a victim than a victimizer. Once again, this victim status is due to some international policies, the elaboration of which Africa has never contributed to. Rather, this is due to the overexploitation of the continent's resources, an exploitation whose benefits do not go to the African peoples and do not translate themselves into development projects, which would be expected to create some economic and social mutations that are expected to concretize the legitimate ambitions of the continent's populations. Next to the environmental factors, which hampered development in several African countries, the COVID-19 pandemic led to the holding back of the efforts formerly deployed in poverty mitigation. Consequently, and after the positive rise of development rate witnessed between 2015 and 2019, and testified by the United Nations, malnutrition and poverty resumed their spread in the continent at a moment when the rise in the population growth had been maintained. Most certainly, those indexes may know some substantial rise, and this may yet lead to a worsening of unemployment rates, a rise in the feeling of despondency and despair among a large category of our people, with a loss of trust in the future, especially the trust in this world order, which does not do justice to the African continent in the first place. In fact, the COVID-19 period has put to the test the world's solidarity with Africa. Feelings of selfishness grow higher. Accordingly, the countries of the continent had to face alone the pandemic and its repercussions with some scarce means and fragile health structure. Still, despite all these negative factors, our continent left the battleground with minimal casualties. In the context of crisis succession, of fierce competition over resources and sharp rise in needs of resources, we need to know, as African parliamentarians and as African elites, that we are at the crossroad of some decisive mutations. Those said mutations are expected to be massive and building for some new international relations based on the logic of profit. Accordingly, we need to consider in the right way our means and resources, just as we need to work hand in hand with some collective African spirit which had marked the period of struggle for national independence among all the African countries. The purpose for this is to build a new Africa which will arise from the ruins caused by political scissions, resource crisis, and scarcity. As institutions and actors, we need, first of all, to work on projects and policies which will help Africa take advantage of its resources. As His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may Allah glorify him, said at Addis Ababa in his historical address before the 28th Summit of the African Leaders on January 31st, 2017, The time has come for Africa to profit from its riches. After decades of looting the resources of the African lands, it is now necessary to create a new period of prosperity. End of quote. This royal invitation, 5 years after its having been launched, still has the same timeliness in the present international context, and this may be grounded on many considerations. First, Africa has some huge potentials which need to be converted into riches. The continent has 60% of the world's cultivable lands. Doubtless, the optimal, modern, and sustainable exploitation of these lands will provide food for the inhabitants of the continent and for a huge part of the world population. With respect to this, there is no need to remind anyone of the importance of food in the international present or future challenges. Second, our continent abounds in fishery resources which some 13 million square kilometers of African sea depth and 6.5 million square kilometers of African continental shelf which overflow with some huge resources. On the other hand, the 26,000 kilometers of the African coastline may constitute a field for some gigantic activities, continental and international trade exchanges, which may prove to be both massive and beneficial. Most certainly, we shall not diverge when it comes to the considerations of these sea possibilities concerning the production of wealth, the provision of food, and the creation of job opportunities. To this shall be added the process of development, especially when we take into consideration the fact that oceans contribute by 50% to the world food supply, in addition to their being a means of communication and world trade. Third, more than that, our continent also hosts young human resources, which, if receiving the right kind of training, may contribute to the conversion of these potentials into attractive resources of wealth. This, in turn, will be made into resources of stability and hope in the face of frustration and the desire of migrating abroad, which are both nurtured by despair and unemployment. Four, this way, our countries will be able to develop a sustainable agriculture thanks to the huge water resources available in many of our countries, provided that the said resources be rationally mobilized, soundly and diligently utilized. Once again, I shall recall with you the international water challenge to be faced during the 21st century. Mr. Chairperson, dear colleagues, by going back to the climatic disequilibria and with the rise of the energy source prices, we too need to sense the importance of clean energy sources which our continent overflows with and which obviously need technology and funding. In this context, world solidarity and international cooperation become at stake, especially in Africa. Concerning health services in Africa, please allow me to recall the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic has given rise to some selfish tendencies on the part of some rich and technologically advanced countries. To that effect, we have experienced and gone through the monopoly by some sources of vaccine technology and means of protection as well as medical equipment. Should there be some reaction to come up with and lessons to draw from this context, we should say that efforts should be to the settings of cooperation system between the African countries. Medical production units must be created and South-South cooperation must be encouraged. This will hopefully bring back the African skills and brains and boost scientific research and dynamic to the African soil. As parliamentarians, we need to plead internationally for this purpose. We must secure medicines for all and lift off all the boundaries and barricades, which stand in the way of creating an independent African pharmaceutical industry, particularly patents, which are used as a means for the perpetuation and justification of monopolies. As parliamentarians, we must also plea for the transfer of technology into Africa and work for facilitating the return of African brains to their homelands. The purpose will consist of making the multinationals implemented in Africa and taking advantage of the continent's huge resources. It will also consist of contributing to these high economic and social profitability projects on the ground of investment and partnership, not on the ground of assistance and help. Most certainly, it will be possible for the African institutions and agencies that have been created to that effect to constitute a framework for the coordination of the results reached through this parliamentary plea and through the relating continental policies. Dear colleagues, the objectives mentioned above fall within the central scope which aims at consolidating and developing the continent's human and economic capital. Besides, those objectives are at the heart of human rights and constitute the core of democratic values. To that effect, it is the parliaments which, as institutions, take the forefront position in the personification of those values, and when it also comes to their being entrusted with those values. To reach those objectives, we are requested to set a political framework and make some coordinated efforts that must be deployed internationally. We must also come up with some simplified national legislations and public policies whose supervision, control, evaluation, implementation, and quality control must be supervised by the Parliament. The Kingdom of Morocco, under the leadership of His Majesty, King Mohammed VI, has proven its full involvement in this continental horizon. To reach this end, the Kingdom has relentlessly been involved in pleading for the causes of South-South partnership and showing in its preference for this kind of cooperation on the ground of reality. This has taken shape in the Kingdom's huge investments in a number of countries in the light of win-win logic. Hence, 60% of the Moroccan investments abroad are directed towards Africa. The African farmhouses, in addition to the AAA initiative launched by His Majesty King Mohammed VI with a number of his African brothers during the COP22 summit held at Marrakesh in 2016, represent some examples of wealth-producing and poverty-deflecting cooperation. The purpose here is to reduce the African fragility and its agriculture in the face of climatic disequilibria, and the promotion of some agricultural projects in a number of African countries. The OCP, l'Office chérifien des phosphates, can today be considered as an African leader in the field of fertilizing, developing, and condensing African agriculture. It is presently in the process of supporting the development of agriculture in several African countries. If our continent happens to be at the heart of many international challenges, and if it happens to be at the heart of an international race, this is because it abounds with some huge potentials. Consequently, we as Africans need to ask ourselves about the hindrances that stand in our way and which prevent us from putting into place some African cooperation strategies which must be guided by the logic of South-South cooperation. Whatever the answer to this question, the present context imposes on us the rereading of some postulates. It also requires us to show some modesty, to rid ourselves of the dregs of the Cold War and its aftermaths, and make the interests of African continents and people a top priority of our continental work. Having at its disposal some advanced expertise and in several sectors such as agriculture, sea fishing, water resource mobilization, renewable energies, healthcare, generalization, fighting epidemics, and food security, the Kingdom of Morocco is permanently ready to continue its partnership with its brothers in Africa. It does this on the basis of the belief of common gain and interest, and on the basis of the respect of the brothers' choices, institutions, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. This it also does on the basis of modesty and interchangeable profits. Mr. Chairperson, dear colleagues, I'm one of those Africans who are fully convinced that ours is the continent of the future and youth. Accordingly, and in order to secure the African ascension, we must learn from history and from the practices of others regarding unity and relations between nations. We must also learn from the exemplary and common exploitation of our resources for the sake of our people and the prosperity of our countries. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Honorable Abdinasser Ahmad from Algeria. You have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين.
In God's name and all the presidents, dear sisters, brothers, majesties, all the honorable members, I would like to start to thank you and to show my gratitude to all my friends in South Africa for your generous hospitality. I would like to also, honorable members, to share the word of Mr. Saleh Boujil to thank you for the absolute success of the meeting. We would, in Algeria, we would like to congratulate Madam Chief Shamrila for leading the parliament and with the new cabinet. Today we gather in this session and with a focus on enforcing the food resources and human resources, along with the economical support. In this way, it is the slogan for the Parliament in 2022 to work with these agendas. It is very important to focus on our people and our citizens. It is also important that food security is important, and it has to do with our work in Africa. And food security will ensure the longer and more prolonged success and safety. Africa has a lot of resources, financial and human resources, that we can use the resources. Africa has the ecology, the environment, and the water resources that we can use. However, we still face a lot of economical difficulties. Therefore, Algeria has the counseling powers to support our agendas. These priorities that we work together are national priorities. We have now a seed bank, a corpse bank, in Algeria. We opened this bank in the past August, and this will set an example in Africa. At another point, with this development, we are able to enhance democracy, and we can proceed with mechanisms and governments, and we can have a inclusive image to work together since we have elected the president, Abdelmajid. We would like to continue with the development and the mechanism of development under the supervision of our new president, Abdelmajid, which will enhance the democratic methods which affects Algeria as a whole. The president works with all stakeholders and other countries to make sure that stability is established. Dear Honorables, we have common goals. The opportunities will assist in helping in a way so we can work in synergy along with all stakeholders. We will follow our agendas and national agendas so we can help other governments and our government. Therefore, we can say that the mutual collaboration between the national parliaments and for all our countries will synchronize in a way to face all the challenges and the current challenges, especially with food security. Ladies and honorable members, we all know that we're facing a lot of changes, and these changes are integrated. We need to have one voice. We need to use a lot of mechanisms to make sure that we can access the solutions and to achieve further visions in the future. We also believe that the future of Africa has to be regulated, and we have to avoid discrimination. There has to be freedom of choice, and we need to face the Cold War. That's why Algeria believes that Africa faced the colony and defeated the colony. Now we only follow our African leaders, and we need to enhance the trade sector. We need to work together. We also believe that Africa will be able to achieve further in the future as long as we can get rid completely of the colonization of the country. We have to also help the Sahrawi to have their full independence and end all the violence in Morocco as well, and the occupied territories. It is very important to use the Secretariat as well as a representative to us locally and internationally. I would like to conclude that we are faced with many challenges in the environment, in the transport, in the youth, in the security, also the extremism. And all the illegal trades across the borders. It is also, at the same time, we have to solve the conflicts peacefully, according to the international agreements, and to respect the existence of every country. It is also important to repeat that we have to support the parliament with all its factors and the efforts to make sure that the South and the North are working together unitedly. Thank you very much for listening to me, and may peace be upon you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Next speaker will be Honorable Salik Mahdi from Sahrawi. You have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Honorable Chair, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Chair Umbira, the speakers of the African Parliament, honorable members, and honorable Secretary Generals of the Parliament, and the honorable attendees. I came here to bring the greetings of your brother and your colleague, Hamma Salama, the President of the Sahrawi National Council, who was not able to attend this meeting because of other situations, but he asked me to bring to you his greetings and his wishes of success for this meeting, and he believes that this meeting will come up with the aspired goals that we are look for in order to integrate our continent, and which will help in the prosperity of our continent. I would like to express my gratitude to Honorable Chair of the Pan-African Parliament, the President, and the members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament for the wonderful work that they are doing, and they are still doing for the benefit of our continent and to achieve the goals that were set forward by the African Union to integrate and enhance the continent. The Pan-African Parliament is the pearl that beautifies the African House, where all the African representatives from 55 countries are to meet from all the political orientations in order to reflect the diversity of our continent and the different cultures of our continent, but they meet to say that it's one continent that respects the Charter of the African Union, which was written down by the founding fathers, putting forward the principles like respect for freedom and autodetermination and respect of the inherited boundaries from the colonialism. All those goals that were set forward by the African Union concerning the strategy of Africa, the Africa that we want, and all those goals that we want to be applied on real life. The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic is expressing its respect to the future of united Africa that lives in peace and prosperity. For those reasons, my country was one among the countries that the first countries to ratify all the African protocols concerning the establishment of the African Parliament, particularly the Protocol of Malabo, that we all wish to be implemented as soon as possible. All the political and economic situations of our continent and some of our countries forces us to accelerate the process of integration of our countries, where we can find the real solutions for Africa. United Africa will help, unified Africa will help in enhancing the integration and giving back the resources to our people and withdraw the country out of the situation of disparity. The continent and the application of all the protocols and rules will help Africa to enhance. The Pan-African Parliament should be the mirror that reflects the development of our country and materializes all the advancements that took place and which our countries and our people are looking for. Therefore, we would like to thank the efforts that took place in the last Pan-African Parliament session, where we saw the rotation principle being applied, whereby there was a reflection of equality for Africans, where we can apply one Africa, one voice. Here, I would like to withdraw the attention that the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, one of the founding members of our continental organization, believing in the obligations and the responsibilities, is present in all the efforts that are being taken in order to solve the issue of Western Sahara conflict in accordance with international law as one of the latest colonies in Africa, taking into consideration that Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic and Morocco that occupies part of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. Both countries are members of the African Union. We cannot deny that we are not still suffering, all of us, from the COVID pandemic, and the pandemic is still affecting the levels of poverty and unemployment. Africa is registering big delay in solving problems concerning the social equality and refugees. All those issues request the efforts of all Africa in order to push into development and looking for mechanisms that can help us all cooperate in order to amend all the effects of the COVID-19. And as well, it requires the cooperation of all governments to look into quick solutions in order to abolish the effects of the COVID in our continent. To conclude, I confirm in front of you all our readiness to work with the Pan-African Parliament in accordance with all the relevant protocols and the treaties in order to conserve the unity of the continent and to push forward for the advancement of Africa, of its people, based on the respect of the Charter of the African Union, especially on the Article 3 and 4 on the African Charter on Human Rights and People. I would like to thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The next speaker will be Honorable Dr. Hanifi from Egypt. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
معالي السيد فورتشون شارونبيرا رئيس
Honorable Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Speakers of the Parliament, Excellencies, members of the delegations who are present at this meeting, I would like to say at the beginning of my words the gratitude of me and my country to be part of this Pan-African meeting, which materializes a high-level meeting of all African countries in order to exchange ideas and expertise concerning the situations of our great continent. And this represents a place for us in order to realize the integration of our continent. Permit me in this occasion to convey to you the greetings of your brothers in the Parliament, People's Representative Assembly. Egypt has always been there to help the African countries in their issues. In the past, Egypt was a pioneer in helping all the aspirations of its brother people in Africa in fighting the colonialism. Egypt fought with African countries to gain their independence. Once they got the independence, Egypt kept supporting all the issues of the African continent. Egypt took the responsibility to defend its African continent in all international fora. Egypt didn't only limit itself to help the African country independence, but rather Egypt worked in order to enhance and empower the African countries and to help with the integration of the continent in order to put the continent in its deserved place in the international scene. My honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this session is taking place facing many challenges on many levels. The international community is suffering from simultaneous challenges that are affecting stability and security. This created waves of reactions of challenges of global nature, and it's affecting our continent. There are still reactions that we see from the pandemic of COVID-19, and it's affecting the economies of the African countries. We see that there are effects of the pandemic that withdrawing countries back decades in their development. Within the appearance of after Corona, we see as well the climate change, which is taking an international effect that is demonstrating in a very harsh natural phenomenon like rains, droughts, and the level of the sea and the high temperature worldwide, and many other phenomena that are creating a difficult situation on the biosystem is in many countries. Ladies and gentlemen, when we look at the effects of international crisis worldwide, we see as well the crisis concerning food, which actually creates one very important subject worldwide, and it's affecting our societies, our people. The African continent is in crossroads. We have a high price for wheat, and the United Nations is alarming that the prices are reaching a very unprecedented level. There are changes as well as effects of the climate change, with little to nothing of rain levels in Africa. There is a wide drought in the continent, and it's affecting the production of agriculture and food in our country. Among confirmations from the international the agricultural food fund and international world trade, that confirming that many of our citizens will not be able to receive food. In this sense, Egypt has moved on many levels. One of them is the national level, where Egypt had put into one important issue is to establish many national projects, and as well to enhance to establish projects for fisheries and other projects in order to enhance food in the country. As well, Egypt worked on the level of the continent by providing help to the brother countries in order to sustain and create self-efficiency in the provision of food, and to create as well as sustainable economies in those countries. One of those was to implement the Declaration of Marrakesh in order to repair and amend the project for trade of the country and align that with the international trade. This declaration was to help the African country to produce and level to the prices internationally, and to help Africa to be able to mitigate the crisis of food. In addition as well to strategies that can help defeat the current challenges that are facing the African continent. On the other hand, Egypt is hosting this time the 27th session of the conference of COP concerning the climate change. It's COP27. It is decided that in this conference, Egypt is giving special importance to the African issues, taking into consideration the importance of the conference and the role of the conference to shed light on the issues of Africa. My dear brothers, the challenges that are facing Africa with top priority the threat of malnutrition and poverty is asking us and obliging us to take a very effective solutions in order to guarantee the chain of food in our continent and to mitigate for this humanitarian crisis. All African countries must find ways to in order to to fight this crisis should follow elements like enhancing technology that works with agriculture and as well to enhance the competitiveness between the African countries and attracting the financial investments and one element will be the creation as well of an African market where we can increase the African participation into the production and the production chain and the international chain of food chain. And this will help to mitigate the effects of the current economic crisis. We actually appeal to the international communities and to all who are involved in order to take the responsibility to help with the packages of support in order to encourage the investment that's helping with the food security in the country. I am sure that our honorable distinguished Pan-African Parliament can exercise a push in order to reach the integration of our continent and help us to face the challenges that are known by our countries through the enhancement of the agricultural and systems and those systems related to health and economy in order to help and empower the economic and the human development by which we can confirm the trust that was put upon us by our people. I would like to wish you the best success, and I wish our conference here will come up with decisions that will help the integration of our content and meet the aspirations of our African people in a bright future. Finally, I would like to thank you all very much for your attention and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The next speaker will be Honorable Mudenda from Zimbabwe. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I would like to express my delegation's gratitude to the host country and the Bureau for putting in place the necessary logistics to enable us to be here and participate as delegates to this very critical Pan-African Assembly. moderator and chair, let me take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to all honorable speakers from the continent, the majority of whom I met personally, others I met through Zoom when we were campaigning for Honorable His Excellency Chief Charumbira to be our PAP president. I want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you. You demonstrated the spirit of Pan-Africanism. In this regard, the winning of His Excellency Chief Charumbira to the presidency was a vindication of the principle of geographical rotation in the leadership of our organization. That has to be respected for now and in the future, so that we do not have a repeat of what happened in May. So the victory is the victory of the principle of geographical rotation. Honorable members, I was so impressed by the presentation of Dr. Ricky of the Africa CDC. Having listened very carefully to his presentation, I was in the end disheartened because the statistics show that in terms of vaccine access to Africa, we are at 22% compared to 61% globally. This is a serious indictment against Africa as a continent. He spoke of some strategies, but those strategies did not come out clearly to me, and I believe to the entire Assembly, on the how. We need to answer the question, how? How do we achieve and reduce that 22%? I would like to submit to the Assembly a Vice President who is chairing us here, that the Africa CDC must link deliberately with our African universities, whereby science and technology must take a leading role in research in the health service delivery in Africa. Our universities have been caught napping compared to the other universities who have worked with some pharmaceutical companies and come up with some vaccine for their nations. It is therefore critical that the Africa CDC works collaboratively and deliberately with our universities in order to promote science and technology to find answers to our challenge to access to health for the citizens of Africa. In doing so, Africa must seriously embrace the fourth industrial revolution. It must embrace the fourth industrial revolution if it is to catch up with the rest of the world. In that regard, it is therefore important that our universities should be leading in the establishment of industrial and innovation hubs, which become the centers of innovation, creativity, to find answers in our economic challenges, in our education challenges, in our health challenges, so that we can move forward like other continents in the world. It is also a serious indictment that Africa, with its rich resources, only contributes not more than 3% of the global GDP, only 3%. And yet we have vast natural resources at our disposal. Now, why we are lagging behind, therefore, we should ensure that our natural resources come under the ambit of science and technology insofar as we have to beneficiate these resources, value add these resources, so that we gain maximum retain. Currently, Africa is exporting its natural resources in raw form to Western countries, to Eastern countries, to the benefit of those countries. Now, we have the brains. We have the brains. Our brains are not less in capacity compared to the brains of other nations. Our major problem, I think, also is that we seem to have adopted the victimhood mentality. We are sufferers. We want to remain sufferers and always blame our lack of accelerated development on the colonial master of yesterday. I was happy to hear Egypt indicating that we worked together with countries like Egypt in the forefront, Ghana, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and we came together led by the spirit of Pan-Africanism. That was our language, and formed the Organization of African Unity. That spirit of Pan-Africanism must be recaptured. It has to be recaptured in a similar fashion like we did when we were fighting for our independence. We put our heads together and said, we are going to defeat colonialism. And indeed, we have defeated colonialism. And indeed, we need now to put our heads together under the spirit of Pan-Africanism in order to face our economic challenges. These challenges must be turned to opportunities. We can do it. We can do it in as much as we did it when we were fighting for our independence. Relatedly, we need to look at domestic resource mobilization. Domestic resource mobilization is critical if we are to make a wide jump in our economic recovery, especially after COVID-19. While we do so, we need to be conscious of what seems to be going to be a permanent challenge of the impact of climate change, which has, in most cases, destabilized our national gross domestic product. In this regard, therefore, it is necessary, it is an imperative that our national parliaments come up with legislation that promotes domestic and foreign investment in our countries, in our respective countries, so that there is ease of doing business within Africa, within our given national states. It is therefore gratifying that our president, His Excellency Chief Charumbira, has called for the rebranding of the Pan-African Parliament. Let us have the spirit of nature. Look at the trees. Every year they shed off old leaves during springtime, and new leaves come up. Let us learn from nature. The snake, every year, it sheds off its old skin, and in order to wear a new skin. It is very critical, therefore, that we remain united under the leadership of our president of the Pan-African Parliament to rebrand this organization so that it has an impact in turning around the fortunes of the African continent with one voice. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will give the floor to Honorable Sosu from Benin. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Merci.
Thank you. Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of the national parliaments represented here, ladies and gentlemen, clerks of African parliaments, members of the organizing committee of this conference. The contributions so far this morning have been very enriching. Your voices have been heard in order to conquer challenges. You have listed initiatives, shared solutions, and created hope. And just as many countries many representatives of countries that have taken the floor this morning, Benin, my country, faces resilience issues and issues of food security. So in Benin, we have operational mechanisms that need to be shared by all. Therefore, other than the performance of the cotton sector, where we are first in Africa, for 3 years with a performance that quadrupled, crop production has also registered much progress on a constant basis for about 5 years, at least 5 years, as far as crop production is concerned. Whether we speak about pineapple or food products.
The development. In order to attain sustainable development objectives and do away with hunger, improve security in terms of food, and between now and 2030 that we ensure self-sufficiency in food. So my government has initiated a number of programs designed to improve agriculture between now and 2026 so that we can optimize the improvement of arable land and attract investment in the agro industry nationally and internationally. The parliament of my country is going along with this revolutionary thrust, and this is why the National Assembly of Benin voted unanimously on the 21st of July a law that has got the tenets of agriculture better explained and to ensure that these are properly implemented. I have no desire to go into enumerating the pros and cons of this law, but what we want to do is to ensure food security by involving the people and the government. And to a certain degree, we also want to make sure that national collectivities are involved and take their responsibilities. And the principle of disbursing the required funding so that we are able to anticipate and prevent natural catastrophes, and also by making sure that we have a fiscal program that gives leeway to those who work in the agricultural sector, and also we are able to fight against phytosanitary problems and improve access to insurance for agricultural projects which have been co-sponsored by the state, so that we secure and we make sure that agriculture is sustainable and is a major factor in improving production. This law would have set the timetable for the realization of the ambitions that are shared by all the key actors in our country, as well as the other economic actors, social actors, and producers themselves. You would understand, therefore, that the Benin Parliament is quite happy to be here with you as we discuss the various ways and means of exchanging good practices among our parliaments through agro-industrial systems and by building the capacity of the essential tenets of economic development, thus accelerating the development of human capital and as well as social and economic ones. The Pan-African Parliament, by calling and hosting this conference, I think has helped us to put together the experiences thus acquired and the projects which have been put into place continentally so that we can tackle the various challenges, social or otherwise, so that we can then overcome hunger. And in so doing, we would like to say thank you to the Pan-African Parliament for this initiative. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Honorable Masouda, Professor Masouda, Vice President of Pan-African Parliament.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to welcome all the members of the delegates who attend here, and I would like to thank the President for organizing this important meeting. My intervention is very limited and direct regarding to COVID-19. First of all, I would like to thank all the who intervened, and I would like to thank Dr. Toll for his very valuable presentation, which he gave us a clear picture of the effect of COVID, and he gave very pertinent statistics, and I would like to stress these statistics as I mentioned, being the term, and there is 22% the needs of vaccination in the African country. This is very upsetting percentage. And I would like to mention that the objective is to have 70% vaccination. And I would like to ask Dr. Tal that I'm very upset for this result for two reasons. The first of all, we have understand from his presentation that there is an institution has been established in African countries to produce vaccines. In Morocco and Algeria and Senegal through Pasteur institution in Rwanda and South Africa. And in addition to that, we obtain grant from different laboratories, and I would like to mention the grant from China through Sinopharm, and also grant for United America, Johnson & Johnson, and other European countries which gave grants for Pfizer vaccination. These vaccinations are at the same time, still we have a level of 22% of vaccination, despite the fact that we produce this vaccine in Africa. And here I would like to ask Dr. Tal to know what is the percentage of the coverage of the vaccination of the local production in Africa. Also, I would like to call from this platform to all African countries and to all the partners in development so as to reach this percentage of 70% of vaccination by the year 2023. I would like also to call to exert more efforts in our countries that these efforts not should be only talk show. It have to be real so as to achieve this objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Professor. The next speaker in my list will be Honorable Along from South Sudan. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Vice President, Your Excellency, the Chief Person, the President of Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Parliament, my colleagues, honorables, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I want to start by congratulating the incumbent President and members of the Pan-African Parliament for extending this opportunity to share South Sudan experience and efforts with the fellow legislators. To strengthen food system, health and nutrition outcomes, social protection and resilience. When health and food security has a risk, everything is at stake. And the COVID-19 as a global pandemic has demonstrated that health and economy are intimately integrated and interdependent. That is why it is critical to embrace on food system approach to designate food and nutrition security strategies and policies. Climate and man-made disasters have taken a terrible toll on our families, communities, and economy. The impact of the health, food security, and nutrition are already felt in severe parts of our country and economy. In Jonglei State, in the Republic of South Sudan, and Unity State, rainfall and flooding led to the loss of over 70% of the tons of cereal, affected 860,000 people, and displaced another 4,000 people in 2019 and 2020. In 9 out of 19 of 10 states, farming communities harvest only 50% less cereal, vegetables, and 20 in 2020, and then in 19 and 2019. In addition, land desegregation worsened crops yield and has contributed to a high level of acute malnutrition. In 42 and 78 out of our counties were classified as having acute malnutrition. In Upper Nile, Northern Barghazal, Warab State witnessed a high burden of acute malnutrition. An increasing environmental-related diseases, mainly to widen the water contamination and poor sanitation. In 2021, Southern Sudan Food System Assessment highlighted several key issues to address. Despite the country's agricultural potential, the grain deficit has been widened recently. Food imports and food aid eventually fell the production gap, and this severely affected food production and the entire food system from farm gate to continue and to consumers. Number two, the low public and private investment in the agriculture sector in one, budget allocation to the agriculture sector should reach 10% to enable rapid growth and investment in rural infrastructure, which is currently exposed to floods and farming, significant bottleneck to developing agriculture value chains. In particular, the investment in such, combined with institutional capacity and skills development to adopt innovation farming system usually yield food returns. The drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition are increasing accord in microeconomic management and fiscal policy. The executive or excessive inflation and exchanging rate policies have had the most significant direct impact on food insecurity in the Republic of South Sudan. And this has affected small-scale market link and food system activities that have traditionally been the source of cash income for producers and traders. Budget allocation in health and education must be significantly higher. The women experience a disproportionate negative impact of climate change. An inefficient food system, the economic opportunity for women are limited, often by the lack of recognition or protection of their rights and the traditional patriarch system. In addition, women experience severe impediments from the consequence of the conflict that we have in the Republic of South Sudan. The African indigenous plants are critical in nutrition. We must extend the research to the orphan crops such as millet, sorghum, cowpea, cassava, and safeguard their local markets. These crops are valuable to safeguard and to trade and ship consumer partners. But maintaining traditional crops will preserve plant genetic resources and our cultural heritage. It is also critical for global biodiversity. The Republic of South Sudan food system assessment also revealed two important things. It is not all challenges. There are also opportunities to address food security and nutrition. The agro-business is a vital and significant job multiplier that can contribute to economic stabilization, diversification, and employment for youth and women. To combat desertification would also require introducing different farming techniques to transform land we use systems in the various ecological zones to mitigate land degradation. Mitigate how forests are harvested and store oil drilling activities from polluting land and soils. However, this investment must be accompanied by legal and policy framework reforms to lower the cost of producing and distributing food. The Republic of South Sudan has developed a set of policies for agriculture and food security development at the sectoral level at 14 subsector policies. However, these policies or bills are yet to be approved and as such remain in draft status. Some lack and concrete implementation strategy, budget allocation, and monitoring framework and system. Last month, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security concluded a workshop on harmonizing national legal framework with quotas elimination standards, which constituted the benchmark for food safety and quality at the international level. Honorable members, 5 section points are proposed to develop agriculture business and support the food and malnutrition system in Africa and the Republic of South Sudan in particular. First, the government must continue to prioritize implementing activities policies essential for the functioning of urban and rural markets. And this will ensure that both farmers and traders can access imports and sell their products. Secondly, the government must create an environment where food system actors and business have clearly linked along the value chains, from production, processing, market, ultimately consumption of our value chain is still very short. Thirdly, the government must encourage private investment and address the poor access to affordable finance and microfinance in rural areas, hampering the development of rural and urban markets. Fourthly, more must be done to ensure that small-scale farmers and women traders can compete in domestic market. Only then would our domestic food system actors compete with the imported products from the neighboring countries. The government and development partners must direct bordering investment in food system activities, including off-farm activities, to complement primary products and reduce seasonal fluctuation of food in local markets. To conclude, we in the Parliament will continue to embrace a bottom-up approach, beginning with listening to our food system actors and the producers, processors, transporters, traders throughout the country, and to prioritize national legal frameworks to end poverty, improve health education, reducing inequality, and spur economic growth while mitigating climate impacts. I am confident that sharing our experience and solution can turn the Republic of South Sudan agriculture food system around to create positive outcomes in public health, nutrition, and jobs beyond primary production and growth the economy. With these remarks, I thank you all, honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be the Speaker of National Parliament of Ghana, Honorable Andrew. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Vice President. I bring you felicitation and greetings from the Right Honorable Aban Subana Babin, the Speaker of Ghana Parliament, who will have wished to be here personally, but another equally national engagement has made him impossible for him to be here, and therefore has asked me to stand in for him. Let me use this platform to also congratulate the newly elected executives to steer the affairs of this all-important institution. I think so much is expected of you, and we are all looking up that with your administration, something good is really going to happen. Mr. Vice President, COVID-19 pandemic has indeed ravaged the world, and Africa was not spared. Let me thank Dr. Ruip from Africa CDC for his well-researched presentation. His presentation has indeed dovetailed into the activities of Ghana government responses to the post-COVID-19 pandemic, with strategies aimed to turn the crisis into opportunities. That is what we are expecting this platform, the African Parliament, to ensure that their governments should also put in place strategies to turn this crisis into opportunities. Ghana government is focusing in the following strategies: focusing on improvement in the infrastructure with the provision of health care facilities in all the districts and areas in the country without health facilities. This is to ensure everyone will have access to health facilities when they need be. We are also focusing on human capital development to focus in investing in well-trained health workforce in several disciplines, including doctors, nurses, pharmacists, paramedics, and other health professionals in critical and intensive care. We are also focusing on domestic vaccine development and production to ensure vaccine self-sufficiency for health security. Indeed, the President of the Republic in February 2021 commissioned the Vaccine Manufacturing Committee and committed funds in 2021 media budget. And this strategy has been designed and it will be implemented in the short term, in the middle, and in the long term. We have already set up the local vaccine manufacturing plants to use fill, finish, and packaging to manufacturing COVID vaccines. We are to also strengthen research and development for vaccines in Ghana and to upgrade Ghana Food and Drugs Authority by setting up a lot of release systems. We are again establishing a technology transfer partnership with vaccine developers from other jurisdictions. Mr. Vice President, the COVID-19 pandemic took our health systems by surprise. In response to the crisis, a series of policy interventions to protect lives and livelihood has been put in place, and we want to take advantage on that by making Ghana health system to become self-reliant. I think that should be the focus of Africa. I thank you, and I thank all of you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
شكرا الموقر. لنلتزم بالوقت ولنستمر بعد الغداء بموافقتكم بالطبع، ولمعديد من المتحدثين والرؤساء لأسألكم وأسأل هل توجد أي تعليقات أو أي مقترحات؟ شكرا.
Thank you, Chair. There is just one announcement.
لدي اقتراح واحد فقط.
Announcement is to invite on your behalf the speakers of parliament, national and I think there are coupons, lunch coupons, which have been distributed, or rather they're outside. We'll ask the ushers to take all the necessary arrangements so that we can usher the speakers to the luncheon. Thank you.
My pleasure to announce that this House is adjourned up to 2 o'clock, and then we will resume our meeting at 2. I thank you.